test the mic. Can you hear me well?
Thank you. You have a microphone somewhere? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy that we have such a mature audience today. All you young people, the future belongs to you, and I hope you're going to hear some interesting things about that. I mean, Szczecin is a very important part of the relationship between Scandinavia and Poland. There are 130 Scandinavian companies in this area, and 15,000 people are working in these companies. So Scandinavian companies are already very well established here. And you all know that we live in a very strange world at the present moment. Things happen that we never thought would be possible. And this, of course, has given us great focus on the green energy. We have to change the way we live. And with the wind farms that are going to be built out in the North Sea, there is huge potential for all of you. They are going to require 70,000 new workers in this region, in the northern part of Poland. I don't know where they're all going to come from, but I hope some of you will be part of that workforce. It's going to last for tens and tens and tens of years. This is not just something that comes and goes. It will be there for a very, very long time, and very important. So you have to think about the future, what you want to do, because there are new opportunities, different jobs, different skills required. I know I have a friend of mine, he had a son, or he has a son, he came here, spent 3 weeks here and was learning how to climb these huge masts and how to repair these windmills. I know that's not what all of you want to do, but be aware, this is a fantastic opportunity for you. This will only come once in a lifetime, an opportunity like that. So be ready to take it. And Scandinavian companies are here. They are going to stay here. More of them are coming because we know in Scandinavia there's great interest in being part of Poland and part of this tremendous development. So I wish you panelists for a very interesting debate, and I hope all of you will enjoy what you hear today and think about the green way of living. It's a different way for us all. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Well, then we can shift into Polish. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to see you person to person. For the past 2 years, there were not too many opportunities to meet people face to face. And we can see each other face to face without facial masks, which is also equally important. I'm very glad. Let me introduce myself. My name's Alexandra Kasimierski. From the professional point of view, I deal with the recruitment of managers. For the 18 years, I'm a member of the board of the Scandinavian Polish Chamber of Commerce, and I represent Sweden. Let me start from bragging a little bit and buy into your community. I was born in Szczecin. This is where I was brought the first dozen or so years, and then I migrated to Sweden. So my return to Sweden is always moving, always pleasant, and with very nice weather and spring. Just as Mieczysław Fogg used to sing, perhaps some of you remember, when flowers will smell and May will come, you will just say to yourself that it's heaven. Scandinavian Days are organized for the 8th time in Szczecin. I sort of envied Szczecin, and together with the mayor of the city, we'd like to organize a similar event and to set up a Scandinavian house as the one we have in Szczecin. The main title of the Scandinavian Days this year is Well-being in Business and in Life. For the past 2 years, we've discussed well-being extensively, and companies support employees in many different ways so they can implement their goals, and well-being is very up-to-date and needed. And now today's topic, the topic of our panel, will focus on talents of the future. And I believe that the two topics are interconnected and entwined because the pandemic in the past 2 years made that previous competences are no longer valid and new ones came into play, and these competences are the most desired. And this is what I would like to discuss with my distinguished guests. And let me introduce my guests from Nordic companies. Perhaps you don't know, but Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and Finland is not Scandinavia, but Finnish companies represent Nordic region. You don't need to introduce the mayor of the city, Daniel Wacinkiewicz, the deputy mayor responsible for education in Szczecin. Would you like to add anything about yourself? Thank you very much. I'm also responsible for the development and relations and education, especially in the context, in this international context. There's going to be an opportunity to discuss certain issues later on, but let me just say, to set up the framework for our discussion, I would like to refer to what you've said, and I will tell you how this situation can be seen from the point of view of the city. The pandemic period taught us new competences, and we need to reorganize our system in the city, and at the same time, we would like to be a partner for business, and we'd like to combine three things: universities and the academic community, administration, and business. Excellent. Let me continue with the presentation. Equality is one of Scandinavian values. I will not start from women. Roman Zabłocki. And let me betray that we address each other by our first names. This is the Scandinavian style of being. So, Roman Zabłocki, Business Director, Scantal Polska. Would you like to add anything? First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to our today's panel. I'd like to welcome other panelists, the Deputy Mayor and the President of the Scandinavian Polish Chamber of Commerce, and all distinguished guests and other members of the audience, including students. I was invited here as a practitioner. For the past 10 years, I've been managing dispersed teams in several locations in Poland, and I cooperate with people online. So I and my teams deal with professional recruitment of specialists and recruitment of engineers for engineering supply chain companies. We've been cooperating with Scandinavian companies and organizations, but it's not all. In various sectors, including food processing to automotive sector. Apart from management, my background is internal trainer regarding the competence review. So I will try to share my experience from the point of view of the operation of organizations and what we taught our clients and what our clients teach us. Jan Natar from Vestas Wind Turbines, a Danish company. Precisely. Let me just add that I'm partially related to Szczecin and Warsaw. For the second time, I take up my professional duties in Szczecin. I keep returning here. It's a very friendly location, and in my opinion, it's very open for new things. From a professional point of view, for the purpose of this panel, it's more than 13 years, and I've been operating in the area of development, recruitment, and broadly understood personal strategies. Today, I represent Vestas. This is the second Scandinavian company that I've been working for, and I feel very well in this environment. And just as you said, it's very much egalitarian, with very good communication and focusing on openness. Thank you very much. Karolina Karaś, Development and Training Manager in Demand. Perhaps briefly about the company, because Demand is perhaps more known as DGS locally. In the past several months, we changed the name of the company, so now we are recognized as Demand. We are one of the largest employers in the region. We employ roughly 3,000 people at different positions, including production, software, R&D, finance. So very different competences are needed for the company. We have 3 companies, actually, and I'm responsible as training and development manager. I'm responsible for the development of competences of our employees in the 3 companies. Let me refer to what Asia has said and work in the Scandinavian culture. I had an opportunity to work for American, German, and French companies, and for the past 5 years I'm in a Danish company, and I think that the organizational culture that Scandinavian companies have are unique. Please do not start answering to my first question. Piotr Januszko, country lead, Unica. It's a Finnish company. It's a new IT company to the city. Welcome. I'm also honored to participate in the discussion. Mr. President, other panelists, and the audience. We anxiously await questions from the audience, actually. For the past 20 years, I've been dealing with IT, mainly Finnish companies, and I'm very happy to work in this environment and this culture. Apart from that, I've been dealing with building teams and supporting people doing the same. For me, personally, it's something fascinating. And whenever we talk about leadership, I would love to take the floor and say something interesting about it. What's more, for the past 2 years, I've been in Szczecin. I moved around Poland, several years in Wrocław. I like the city. I'm very glad to be here, and I anxiously await the discussion. Wojtek Cieszyński, last but not least, the project manager in Tieto, also a Finnish IT company. Welcome, everyone. I'd like to thank you for inviting me and the possibility of being one of such distinguished panelists. I'd like to thank you very much for that. Just as you've said, I represent Tieto Every. After the last merger, we've been using technologies that are required on the market: telecommunication, automotive, and IT in its broad sense. And what IT is and what it actually covers, perhaps we will reveal in the further part of our discussion, and I will be able to tell you more about the activity of our company and how we can support the younger part of our audience. Privately, I was born in Szczecin. I like the city very much, but I live at the peripheries, so I have a broader picture of what's going on in the city. Though I love the city and it's so close to my heart. For the past 20 years, I've been working in the IT sector, both in terms of technical solutions, network administrator. 4.5 years ago, I accepted the position of the project manager, closer to people on the other side of the spectrum, and this gives me a wider overview of how to work with people, how to help them, and to select their career paths. And from the professional point of view, a large part of my professional life I spent in Poland, more than 10 years in Great Britain, and then I came back to a Scandinavian company. And so far, so good. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for accepting the invitation on behalf of the City of Szczecin and the Scandinavian Polish Chamber of Commerce. Let me also introduce myself. I'm an executive director in Morgan Phillips Executives. We search for managers, we recruit managers, and I'm a lawyer myself, but several years ago I fell in love with consulting and HR. You've mentioned, especially Carolina, thank you very much for mentioning this issue, but also yesterday we discussed Scandinavian HR, that it's something unique, something different. You had an opportunity to work in different companies, but working for a Scandinavian company is different. And I'd like to ask the first question, a warm-up question. What's different? What are the main components? Why Scandinavian companies find it easier to attract talents? Why they focus so much on development, people, and they are very successful there? The same applies to the retention of employees, which on the today's labor market is exceptionally important. Carolina, over to you. So once you address this question to me, from my point of view, the Scandinavian freedom of activity, we do not operate in very rigid framework. We have a lot of freedom in decision-making, new initiatives, looking for the undiscovered things, and no one defines very rigid framework, and this applies at every level of the company. As regards competences or talents, contrary to German and American companies, instead of assessing competences, our annual assessment is called development dialogue. And instead of assessment, we discuss about the future of an employee and we try to sum up a year. So this does not set up a very strict atmosphere of settling the year that has passed, but we have a soft discussion about strength and how we can use strength of companies. It doesn't mean that we don't have the hard part in Scandinavian companies. We do have decision-making, defining boundaries and strong leadership, but it's not our everyday mode of operation to assess each other. There are reviews, but these are mostly for business rather than people, at least in the company that I've been working for. Who else would like to take the floor regarding this particular topic? Asia? I can rather sum up than add something. There's a lot of trust in the company. When we accept an employee, the employee starts with the credit of trust. The person does not have to prove that he or she is credible or creditworthy. It's something accepted upfront that everyone has good intentions and would like to contribute to the development of the company. And people, while assuming such trust, do not want to fail. Yes, they do not want to fail, and we also share responsibilities. Trust on the one side, but people know that they need to be responsible. I remembered such discussions with one of my Swedish clients, and he said, freedom under responsibility. So you have a lot of freedom, but you're responsible for what you're doing. Piotr, I think you've mentioned responsibility. This is this beautiful but difficult combination. Freedom is brilliant, but paradoxically, sometimes it's difficult to find your place there. If people in a company have space to feel secure in terms of making mistakes and trying things and drawing conclusions, then this is the type of work that we've been talking about in a nutshell. Thank you very much. And Wojtek, what do you think? Well, it's hard to add anything to what has already been said. These are very important features, so much required on the labor market. I can only add flat communication, open communication. This is something of value in Scandinavian companies. And if there is bidirectional communication, people need to be open and need to openly speak about their needs. And I believe that Scandinavian companies open space for this type of interaction with superiors and other employees. Yes, the flat structure, possibility to reach higher levels and discuss things, and transparent and direct communication. This is a value in itself. So let's move to the core of our panel today, talents of the future. I believe that you'll have a lot to say. It seems that the pandemic triggered new competences, new talents, not only ownership, communication, leadership. These are competences that have always been there and highly valued, but in the past 2 years, or stronger than before, people focus on agility. I don't know whether you are familiar with the term. Agility, it's also flexibility and an ability to adjust to changing world as quickly as possible. The past 20 years are marked by accelerated development, and a change is the order of the day. And this also applies to the professional life, continuous changes of strategies. No one discusses 5-year strategies any longer. And it doesn't pay to create long-term forecasts as well. They become invalid very quickly, but you need to be able to adjust them very quickly. The ability to follow trends, consumers, clients, changes in structures, and the pandemic accelerated this process. So agility is definitely a competence very much required from my point of view and from the point of view of my clients. Yet another competence, which is very important during the pandemic, is resilience. I'm not sure whether there is a corresponding word, but resilience is the resistance to stress, capability to handle stress, to handle the unpredictable. Digital competences, it goes without saying, we had to shift to home office, We had to learn how to operate new platforms, new communication platforms, the ability to present our points of view online, developing online relations with others. This is still very valid, and I could continue listing such things. But you are actually the main speaker, so let me ask the following question. From your point of view, what competences are the most required and how to handle their shortage? Let me start from the mayor. Yesterday we discussed briefly that you do have problems with attracting talents. What competences are the most required and how do you handle this problem? The point of view of the city is a derivative of what we've been dealing with as the city in its broad sense. So there are certain competences that we desire on everyday basis, regardless exceptional situations, including the pandemic. This is also related to certain demographic processes, to put it bluntly, and unwillingness to work in certain professions. And from our point of view, means a very serious problem. For instance, the sector of education, one of fundamental pillars of the city, the conditions of work, the status of employees there, the prestige of the profession contributes to the outflow of people from the sector of education, and we make much effort to attract people. Without this sector, we would not be able to operate. If we add the need to be agile, flexible, and move to the online environment very quickly, this required the strengthening of these competences among teachers, which was a challenge in itself. The pandemic made us aware, perhaps trauma would be an exaggeration, but a psychological consequence of the pandemic was the need of psychological support. This applies to business, everyone, including young people. We all had to find ourselves in this new situation. The organization of the psychological support for students from our schools in the city, these are some of the most desired competences that we need. As regards competences regarding anticipated processes, if we take a look at Europe as such, we see the problem of aging societies, and the silver economy will be growing. The business related to seniors, and also seniors change their attitudes. They want to be active. They want to use their free time and well-being in a different manner. And this means that we need to think over the support system for elderly people. They want to be independent and live like that, but nevertheless, they need support in different areas, not only regarding healthcare, but, for instance, the city tries to initiate certain activities for seniors, and it's a topic which is resurfacing during Scandinavian Days. We see a tremendous interest among seniors in various activities. Today we're in the town hall, but let me invite you to the beautiful park right behind the building, and it's used not only by young people. If we look who's there, you can see a lot of seniors there. And while following this path, we've been looking for people who will help us to introduce soft projects. Soft projects addressed to seniors. And we've been doing this in various forms and through various institutions. Cultural institutions included. Culture is a wonderful integrator of these activities, and this is what we've been trying to use. We look for people with soft competencies to operate in the sector of culture, to cooperate with juniors and seniors alike. It seems that our fundamental role as a city is to integrate specific activities on the market. We should be at the interface between the academic community, administration, education, and business. If we were to assess the shortage of competences or activities that could connect different activities. Everyone separately did a lot of interesting things, but there was no cooperation. The more we learn, support joint activities, the more benefits we will generate. A new project that we've been implementing is the cooperation platform to combine the three realms: education, students, graduates, administration, and business. This is where the three worlds can meet, and this platform is used for the exchange of information regarding needs, expectations, and it integrates activities supporting smooth flow of information. The flow of information is the difficulty of such systems. We need to learn this culture of exchanging information, and it's a continuous process. We can never say that we reached the optimum level. The world has been changing. We need to listen very carefully to signals from the outer world. From the point of view of the administration, it's a challenge, because administration is a hermetic structure, and it has always been a challenge. But fortunately, this has been changing as well, and we know that the benefit for the development of the city. It was very nice to listen to you, born in Szczecin, brought up in Szczecin, that you come back to this city with your career paths. And this is something that we need to listen carefully, process information, and direct this information to all parties interested, so the city can develop fast and be a strong player at this interface with Scandinavia, one of our major directions for cooperation. Thank you very much. Szczecin has been rapidly growing, and it's very nice to see the development in the city. And although there are certain difficulties to reach various locations in the city by taxi, for instance, but Roman, how do you look for the most desired talents and competences? This is my subjective assessment of cooperation with Scandinavian companies, but considering that we have a large number of young people in the audience, I'd like to tell you that the recruitment to Scandinavian companies is the recruitment with human face. I usually say, hi, my name's Roman Zabłocki, I am a father of 3 sons, and I spend my time with children in a very active manner, so it's my second or third job. When it comes to my interests, it's a positive psychology and group sports. And I'm saying this because young people put hobbies, different hobbies in your CVs, but they rarely reflect your interest. Be prepared not only to discuss your knowledge, motivation, but also to present yourself the way you are. I think this is the most important thing. As I've told you, I had an interesting meeting because we employed new staff for a new client. And shortly before such a visit, we call our candidates, we check whether they are satisfied, and all of them said the same, that they were very happy to work in this Scandinavian company, and they emphasized relations between people. And although these young people had a chance to work online, work from home office, they emphasized the presence at work, because they prefer to go to their place of work, to stay together, and it seems to be a natural recommendation. So regarding competences of the future, I believe Scandinavian companies create this environment. Today's motto is well-being. In the past, we had CSR companies, American companies started this development on the market. Now we focus on sustainability. We previously discussed work-life balance, and well-being applies more to our private lives. And today, well-being covers professional life mainly. This is the major change that we've observed on the market, on the labor market in particular. If I were to divide the talents of the future, probably the largest changes would apply to managers working with people directly. They need to be more flexible, sensitive. They should develop emotional competences for hybrid work or home office work or work organization. Our impression is that specialists have a lot of flexibility, and managers gained the need to become flexible and adjustable to their teams. So apart from competences, apart from this modern type learning ability or lifelong learning, today I see that people need to continue learning, look for new knowledge. So an employee should come up with an initiative, and the employer should support an employee in this effort. So the employer should be able to show how certain knowledge can be gained and how people can develop. The previous speaker mentioned the distinguishing feature of the organizational culture. From my subjective experience, I can tell that Scandinavian companies are very open in terms of communication, but are very tough in terms of production and business goals. And people appreciate such feedback, what they managed, what they not. But the discussion is based on a partnership basis. And people immediately move to discussing what they can improve and or change or do in the future. And this is another competence required to accommodate to the changing environment. In Scandinavian companies, I can see a large number of managers who are not every day with their teams because they don't have to, because their people know very well their responsibilities. They respect their time, their private time, but whenever something happens, they are ready and open to help those people, not because they have to, but because they want, because they are interested. They know each other, So this openness to another person, ability to communicate emotions, needs, is very difficult. I believe that many of us were not taught how to do that while studying. So when you go to work, when you start working, you need to learn how to talk about your needs and how to listen to the needs of other people. So with digital competences, the use of communication platforms such as Teams, it's yet another competence. Setting boundaries and transparent communication are of value. Thank you, Roman. I fully agree with everything you've said. A man should be central. We should notice people at work, and frequently during meetings, well, children come, dogs pass by while working from home office, and we need to learn how to focus on our professional tasks. And for the past several years, we've been discussing the servant leadership, the different understanding of the role of a manager. It's no longer a tough boss somewhere at the top with whom you're not able to talk. You cannot provide your feedback. You just have to listen to orders. I believe that Scandinavians didn't have to learn that. They've always had that. They had flat structures in organizations. I lived in Sweden 15 years, and I worked for Swedish companies, and this is the understanding of the leadership, typical Scandinavian understanding of leadership, soft leadership. So, Piotr, over to you. Let me grasp this notion of servant leadership. It's a difficult topic. My attitude to it is rather difficult, because when you encounter the term, when you came across the term, there is a chance you had good experience with it, and experience with someone very passive, and it is not really about it. In the past, I participated in heated discussions about the topic, and in the world of IT, we talk a lot about agile, and perhaps I will be able to tell you more about it later on during our panel discussion, but I'd like to emphasize that as regards leadership and servant leadership, this doesn't mean passiveness, not making decisions. It is an extreme which is detrimental. It's more about creating space and supporting people. But if it's necessary, if there's necessity to make a decision should be made. So this distortion sometimes takes place, and shows the idea of agility in a bad light. Coming back to competences that we've been looking for in the IT sector, but let me refer to it in a more general manner and useful manner for everyone who work from home office. And let me refer to initiative taking. Perhaps I'll be able to discuss it during job interviews with some of you. Please remember that you can expect a question about your initiatives and difficult experiences. So on the one hand, the initiative is important. Initiative taking is important for me, because if I see a person like that, it's a person who takes risks and struggle against the resistance of the matter, and they cope somehow with it. It's a very valuable experience, in my opinion, and people who went through it, it's easier for them to find their place in an organization which operates on the basis of home office. It's not necessary to instruct everyone separately. This is not scalable. A company cannot operate like that. So even a silly initiative, something that fails, is also okay. And in general, when someone takes an initiative, people learn that it's possible to do that, and a good example for others.
As it comes to difficult experiences, I think that they shape you, generally speaking. And if you have encountered something hard and it gave you some breakthrough in your life, then this is an interesting thing you can talk about to us during our interview, regardless of the programming language you're an expert in. On this basis, we can find out whether we are on the same ground. Yes, you've been talking about the values that are important for Swedish companies too, and for employers to be more guided by looking for people who have common values with you, rather than competences. Because competences you can learn, values are more difficult to learn. Wojtek, how does it look in your company? You represent a profession that is sought for among young people. There's a need for more IT specialists, and they earn quite nice money. So what competences are required in order to become an IT specialist? What do you look for in the people you recruit? To begin with, I would like to give a more precise definition and fight the oxymoron of informatic in Polish language. The idea of an informatic is so broad that it's hard to define it. In the past, someone who was able to replace a cartridge in a printer was called an informatic or an IT specialist in Polish. Now, things look different. I will not now talk in precise language. I will talk about these in youthful terms. Imagine computer science as medicine, but what we look for in our people, the people we recruit, is competences. We work with programmers, a small chunk of the entire huge area of IT specialists or computer sciences. As I've been listening to the other panelists here, all of us are running away from hard competencies. When I was your age and I was entering the labor market, hard competencies were required. You had to have certificates, diplomas. Today, we hardly ever talk about these. We rather look at these competencies that we've been talking about here, the willingness to develop soft skills, the need to keep developing, or what you said, Ola, agility, meaning the ability to find yourself in a given situation. Another thing, resilience to stress, because work entails the risk of stress, deadlines in projects. That's what you're going to face when you enter the labor market. The age gaps, as the Vice Mayor said, when you look at your identity card and the person who comes to your work, the age gap could be even up to 40 years. These are the topics we are facing. One of the roles that I have too is the role of a line manager. There are colleagues here who have the same role in our company. This is really a difficult but also interesting socio-technical experience when we see these worlds colliding and we are trying to blend them and take out a mixture of the best competences from all of them, the seniors and the youngsters. The youngsters are usually very rapid. You live by the moment. You need to see the effects of your work right here and right now. So this ability to postpone processes over time is alien to you. But that's normal for our society, and that's what we have to face. Digital competences, we could talk about these for hours, but you have them already when you have entered the market. But the example of the Teams application, look at how fast the educational system adapted to it. For some people, it was very easy. It was just like a snap. The younger teachers worked fine to quickly adapt, but those who are older, who were almost retiring, found it very difficult. Do you remember how accounting software was installed 20 years ago? You had to wait until your accountant retired because she was completely unable to learn to operate accounting software. 20 years have passed, and now you have to adapt very quickly to changing software. You have touched upon very interesting subjects. They are not the topic of today's meeting, diversity, inclusion, silver tsunami, but these are really important. The age-related issues, I'm sure we will talk about these in one of the future debates that are ahead of us. Joanna, you and an HR expert, what competencies do you think are worthwhile as it comes to investing in? I think everything has been said already by my predecessors, but in fact, the profile that will find itself fully adapted in the new reality, the reality which is happening actually today. We're talking about a new reality as a thing of the future, but imagine things that we used to forecast to happen in 10 or 20 years, it actually all happened during the pandemic. All this transition did actually happen. So again, what do we look for? It's the ability to develop the broadly defined technological skills, the ability to follow tendencies and trends, at the same time paying attention to self-development and self-understanding. Self-understanding also in the context of building resilience. I would like to refer to resilience as mental resilience, rather, meaning self-understanding in a constantly changing reality that we do not have an impact on. What do we have impact on actually is to redirect our interest onto ourselves and to learn to manage ourselves, to find some space for ourselves, to find skills in recovering from crises. Change management is ups and downs. We are part of processes, and we have to know how to direct our energy and attention in order to be able to control and motivate ourselves. Another thing is, for certain, project management, not only on this hard side of technical skills, on how to create the project environment, etc., but also in the context of carrying out changes, participating in the changes, and relationship building. Because it's the relations between people that help us get knowledge, involve people, and lead them. We're talking also about the soft side of project competencies, but I would like to here now focus on the human side of competencies, so that we know how to live with people and how to work with them, because it's up to them whether they decide to follow us or not. This is an important issue. It's the relationships and the ability to involve people. For 10 years, I think, we've been talking about how to involve employees. Now, in the times of remote management of dispersed teams, this is a key challenge, an even more difficult one than in the past. There was a study by Talent Development Institute. Ela Krokosz led it, and the study suggested that the bravery of engineers, excuse me, not engineers, you've been talking about engineers, that's why I made this mistake. The managerial bravery, the manager's mental resilience, the ability to manage not only your own well-being, but the well-being of other people, are these managerial competencies that have moved very much upwards in the hierarchy. Previously, it was the ability to manage the budget, to create KPIs, etc. Now, it's the soft side that is rising to the top, and it's actually taking the podium as it comes to the list of skills required. As Roman has said, the role of a manager and the competencies that a manager has to have in order to be effective at work show what the needs of employees and the labor market are at the same time. I'm glad you mentioned this, because my next question that I wanted to ask Roman is like this. What factors, what trends affect changes in labor market with regards to competencies? I know you, Antos, together with the city, made a report which has not yet been published, so this is going to be a premiere when you make a reference to this. Certainly, but let me smoothly move to my topic from the soft and hard skills. I would like to encourage everyone to move away from these phrases, or the phrase of competencies. What is that? Well, that's knowledge, skills that we have. That's the approach we have. Most employers during the interview, whether internal or external, measure and assess the candidate's knowledge. They can check their skills in a way, but I think that what is the key to success, especially with regards to if we already have hard competences, is the approach, the stance we take. If you have a number of majors, but you don't have the right approach, you won't be able to perform at given positions. So I think that's what you need to focus on. The soft competencies, the so-called soft competencies, prevail over the old-fashioned hard competencies when you're applying for a job. The hard competencies are rather referred to as technical competencies, and these are the ones you learned, you graduated with. The line manager can say that too. He could say about a candidate that his knowledge is all right for the position, but his approach is what makes me decide to take him or her. Why? Studies suggest that the knowledge and skills are the factors that are the easiest to change with regards to time, but our approach, our habits are the most difficult to change. So quite often organizations prefer to either invest in an employee or replace him or her for a person who comes in with competencies, skills and approach. I wanted to say that I am fully for what you said. Hire for attitude, that's the concept that you've been talking about here. In our case, to learn another programming language will take a few weeks, months maybe, but if we are talking about the approach or attitude, that's incredibly important. This is actually what this is all about. Apropos leaders and in the involvement of employees and competencies related to that, a leader who's not involved will not involve anybody else. That is what I would like to say to the more experienced ones. Not the new ones, but the more experienced employees. Be honest. That is important. Perhaps if you have kids, you know that your kids will sense every falsehood in what you say. If you're not authentic during your meetings with the teams, the employees, this will not work. This will be just like talking bullshit by a manager who comes in, shows his PowerPoint, his head is now all enlightened, but that's all about it. No, it needs to go deeper. It comes down from the people who have responsibility over other people. Thank you. You helped me to smoothly move on to the next blog. But before we move on, I would like to ask Karolina briefly to add something to the issue of competencies that you seek at demand. You're a production company, a huge one. Is it easy for you to find such competencies? Frankly speaking, the pandemic has changed everything as it comes to the recruitment and maintenance of employees or retention of employees. It was an opportunity for people to stop for a moment and think, what I'm going to do about my life now. I think a lot of us during the pandemic, during the isolation, thought about whether what we are doing makes sense, whether I want to keep doing that, whether I want to work as part of this setup during these working hours with this boss. This brought about a lot of changes in the labor market. A huge rotation started, and now we can see that more people are changing jobs. Many more people are changing jobs, and they are doing this much more eagerly than in the past, after a period during which safety was in shortage, in short supply. We thought people would look for security at work, and they would not be changing jobs very often, but the rotation is actually huge. We do not have big problems with rotation in production divisions or departments, or in a case of professions that did not move online. I think this is thanks to good leadership. I will come back to good leadership many times during today, because good leadership solves a lot. What is good leadership? It can be situational leadership, servant leadership, trust, commitment, honesty and transparency in communication. To us, this is of key importance. This is the source of success for a company in order to retain employees. But there's also a second group of professionals whose competencies are sought for extremely, and that's related with the online world. Both they have new reflections on how they want to work, and there's a huge need for them in the labor market. I'm talking about IT professionals like developers, testers, programmers, etc. Here, even good leadership will not work, because what matters is the wages, the wage pressure, the benefit pressure. It's about looking for something completely new in their lives by these people. Let me come back to the question you asked, what is that we think is important today. The Polish Economic Institute this year issued a report saying that 45% of companies think that specialist and brand-related competencies are the most sought for. These are the hard competencies. And we should not forget about them, because if I want to hire an accountant, he or she has to have accounting competencies. The same about programmers. It doesn't matter what language they program in, but they have to have some knowledge. So hard competencies are important. You need to have a profession and be able to find yourself within it. But let me say one more thing. We also test what our employees want to learn. We keep an eye on the developmental process of our employees, and we have plans for them. What is most sought for is change management related to project management and managing the changes. Also, what we look for is mental health competencies, meaning how I, as a manager, can support my teams in stressful situations, difficult ones. This does not only apply to managers, but also employees. These are skills related to Excel, Power BI, meaning the ability to use IT tools, and language competencies. I would like to stress especially language competencies. We have not talked about these yet, but I have an opportunity to travel a lot, and I can see the difference between Denmark and Spain. When I go to Spain, none of the bus drivers speaks English, not a word. But in Denmark, everybody does. Starting from waitress to the CEO, everybody speaks English. If you want to work for a Scandinavian company, the language competencies are really important. A lot of budget is spent in our company on language learning. Business English, for example. That's the language that is used by Scandinavian companies, and a lack of English is one of the factors that contributes to rejecting candidates at interviews. If you want one piece of advice from me, learn languages. Without good language competencies, it's hard to find a good job. Okay, if you allow me, we will move on to another subject which is close to the mayor, who is with us here. It's about supporting the competencies of graduates. Recently, a report was published by one consulting company from the Big Four, which found out that, according to employers, 47% of graduates, university graduates, do not have the required competencies. Young people are often perceived as not having a lot in common with the reality. They may be claiming in their attitude. Let's hope I do not offend anyone, because there are a lot of young people in this room, but let me share a dream with you. I would like all fields of study at universities to offer a course in competencies, to tell people which competencies are required, how to develop them. The golden pieces of advice that you've heard from our panelists could be part of education at universities. You've heard about attitude and competencies, which are mutually related. These are of key importance today in order to get a good job. Mr. Mayor, well, you brought in a very complex issue here. It is very complex because of its multifaceted nature. I would like to make a short reference to what I heard a minute ago. From our conversation, it arises that there was some opposition between soft and hard competencies, but actually there's no opposition between them. They are part of the same unit or entity. And now, moving on to the question you asked, a certain problem to the educational problem, one that's been here for long years, was that hard competencies were in the very center of attention. Only for some time have we been able to notice the importance of soft competencies. Let me stick to this terminology here. If I may say, jokingly, I remember that over 10 years ago, there was a job interview here at this office. A person came to us and introduced himself in a nice way through his attitude. As it comes to his knowledge, well, he did not convince none of us, but his creativity, his determination was clearly visible and interesting. And after this job interview, although we had a poor assessment of his knowledge, did offer a job to this person. And that person said, "Thank you very much for your job offer, but, you know, I graduated from this field of science at university, and I have no skills. I don't know to do anything." Maybe he was very condescending upon himself, but he showed later on that he was actually quite skilled in improving himself and developing. The Scandinavian model, where stress is put on the development, was the same that he applied. He was able to find the strength in him. And I think we were able to help him find his strengths too. That's very precious. Now, how can universities approach this? I think that in the Polish educational system, a lot of things are happening. A lot of things are changing too. So when you realize today that higher education institutions are being assessed from the point of view of the so-called 3 evaluation criteria, where the quality of education is the most important one, 70% of the entire assessment grade comes from this. But the other criteria, according to which higher education institutions are assessed, is how they commercialize the effects of their studies and how they affect their surroundings. These criteria are related with higher education institutions, but this does not have no impact on projects, programs, students, research projects, but not only research projects, but also research and social projects to which students are invited to participate. Szczecin University or the Arts Academy of Szczecin are the institutions I cooperate with, and I see in how many projects students are involved. I think this is of absolutely key importance to find skills other than hard competences, and to be able to enter the labor market already having a bag of abilities in the area where there is a deficit. I believe there is a huge deficit as it comes to teamwork competencies. Still, we have huge groups of perfect individualists who are best when working alone. Worse to that, they do not want to delegate their tasks to other teams, to their team, because they think that team will destroy their work. This is a horrible, erroneous approach. We can say, of course, that the delegation of entitlements and tasks is a responsibility. It is difficult. It requires support to people who do take over the tasks. They need guidance. This requires interaction. This is an additional responsibility. So some people say, well, I'll rather do this on my own. This is not a competence. What we need is a competence to work in a networking environment with others. As comes to the approach adopted by the higher education institutions, I believe that the direction in which they are opening to the society, to the environment, is the one to follow. What we do within the higher education institution is not a lonely island. No, it has to be part of the entire business, social, market environment. The fact that projects are more and more popular, which are co-financed by external entities and are performed by higher education institutions, and that students are involved, this is an absolute necessity with regards to the efficiency of cooperation. As I said, we are observing this from a perspective of the municipality, and we contribute to this slightly. We want to make it smoother. Yesterday we had a conference at the Scandinavian Meeting Point. Scandinavian Meeting Point is actually an atom in the whole city, but through the Scandinavian Meeting Point, we want to show, and we have been doing this for a year now, that there are projects in which we have to learn to overcome the barriers of our own specialization in order to be able to work with people coming from different worlds. There, as part of the projects that we ran in the Scandinavian Meeting Point, there are people meeting who are responsible for painting at the Arts Academy. They meet with IT specialists, they meet with social project experts, and they carry out common undertakings. This is multi-sectoral, interdisciplinary work, and this brings great results. Plus, this is cohesive with the EU policy of subsidizing multifaceted projects, multidisciplinary projects. Through the Scandinavian Meeting Points, we want to show projects that break the standards, the past standards of single sectoral projects. I think that the next steps to take for the municipality should be to support centers of competence and centers of creativity where people can meet who have different competences and can cooperate. I keep coming back to cooperation because, as I said, in my assessment and in other people's assessment, we do have a problem with that. The problem might also be coming out from the necessity to quickly switch to the new reality. This process is very dynamic after all. This problem, big resignation or big quit, must be coming from something. This is not only the problem of the United States. No, we have it here too. In the post-pandemic world, people might be now realizing that I don't want to live like that. I don't want to work like that. Well-being might be something else than I used to think it is. Maybe my work is not the objective in itself. Maybe I want to work in a more flexible way. Maybe the setup can be different. I think that the academia and the local government environment must find the recipes. For certain, younger generations have a very different approach to the X generation or Y generation. But coming back to the creativity and teamwork that you mentioned, my impression is that the whole system would have to go back to the primary school. I have a 13-year-old daughter, and it is with scare that I observe how primary schools kill the individuality, how the grades are more important than anything else. I graduated from a Swedish university, and then I had my diploma recognized in Poland later. What does Sweden emphasize? Well, we did not learn how many years of penalty you could get for a given offense. You can find it in the documents. You can find it using your mobile phone. So there's no point in learning various definitions by heart. What is important is to be creative, to think independently, and to work in teams. And that's not what public primary schools teach our pupils. It is perhaps difficult now to switch to something else in high school or at university, but that's an absolute necessity. I think we are running out of time. I don't have a watch with me here. Well, let me just briefly make a reference to what the mayor said. We are looking at the education and our requirements for education, thinking that the education should change. As when I look at education, I see it as a huge corporate institution, and maybe there is a room there for us as large companies to initiate this process of change, to help universities. We have been actually cooperating with the Western Pomeranian University of Technology already, but perhaps it is us who should take over the initiative. We should take advantage of our openness in discussion and take advantage of the Scandinavian heritage that we already have. Maybe we should initiate this process. Thank you for mentioning this, because this is actually the next issue I wanted to ask all of you. How could we cooperate with universities, maybe with other schools, maybe high schools, for certain universities, apart from the old practices that we already have? I'm sure some of you already have positive experiences in this respect. You already mentioned how it looks at Rosti. Could you share it with us again? It is a Swedish company. There we co-authored a dedicated field of study at manufacturing engineering. Our mold engineering experts were the lecturers there. Did you get anything back from it too? Of course, the return on investment was measurable. There was no KPI put on it, but it translated into the building of awareness among people. First of all, that the company existed. Of course, it was known, but we wanted to reach a higher range of young engineers who, while deciding to cooperate with us, would already know what we expected, what competencies we looked for, including soft competencies. This also gave us measurable benefits in the form of a source of good, already proof-tested candidates. Do you have any specific postulates already that you could suggest? Any benchmark? As it comes to benchmark and figures, I'm not going to share them with you yet because I'm not able to, as this cooperation with the Computer Sciences Department of West Pomeranian University of Technology has been going on for just 1 year. However, it's been working very nicely, and we involve students in that project very much. But we also invited persons from the West Pomeranian University of Technology. We asked them to come to us to show them how we work on processes so that they could indicate what their shortages were in the regular curriculum. This is starting to work. We have programs like Incubator that we have in Tieto internally, into which we try to attract people, fresh graduates who would like to change their professions. I think that towards the end of this academic year, we will be able to share with you the first results of our cooperation. But from what I have heard already, this is working very nicely. Well, the benefits are certainly mutual. Mr. Mayor, what would you need from us? Let me come back to the key element of the exchange of information. Our good diagnosis is the requirement for a successful treatment. If we do not have a diagnosis of what the market needs, then we will program the educational process in an erroneous way. We don't have to actually rediscover America or rediscover the wheel. We have to use those elements that we already have at our disposal. We have to internally convince ourselves that there is a premium for cooperation, a bonus for cooperation. In the system in which everybody cooperates with everybody else, the students know what the employers' requirements and expectations are. When the students know what they can do during their studies period, on their own or in cooperation with the future employer, if we can support the entire process. Let me put it in this way. We focus our attention on the young people. We're talking about the changing market, the needs, but this market, the labor market, is also a market of the elderly or of more senior citizens. Lifelong learning is a matter of a huge challenge for the future. Long life education is actually important in a way, in the sense that we have to change our cultural habits. I once talked to a person who said that he worked for one company for 60 years, and he considered this his largest achievement. However, this is not the image of the world as it is today. It's impossible to do this anymore. So to get to people at different ages, to convince them that they do have hard competencies and very often also soft competencies that young people don't have when they are entering the market yet. The ability to combine these different groups of people into a working team is a challenge. This is also a challenge for the market, so that they are convinced that the elderly people also have competencies that are helpful and handy. The formula of 3+2 or 5, the formula of studies, is a long period. But there are also supplemental studies, postgraduate studies that are often carried out in cooperation with business partners. When I look at the efficiency of such postgraduate studies, which are attended by persons designated by employers or by employers themselves. They are able to get competencies within 6 months, 12 months, 15 months, skills and competencies that help them develop. This is the most flexible part of the entire educational system. For certain, your learning is very different when you are already a practitioner and you know how to put what you are learning to practice. And it's different when it's all just abstract to you. Reverse mentoring is something that should be stressed, where people of different ages and different skills could teach each other. You spoke about hard competencies and said that they are important, but they are obvious. Without them, it's impossible to move forward. That's clear. But in order to stand out in the market, in the labor market as a candidate, this also calls for soft skills, soft competences to be added. If I may add a few words about the initiatives you spoke about. We also have one similar thing. We run the Academia, which targets one narrow automotive branch. This is in the direction from the company to the people, but an idea for a platform for the future where we could sit around a table and exchange ideas would be a precious one. Maybe not on a one-off basis, but on the basis of a recurrent meeting that would be happening a few times a year. I think this would be helpful for Szczecin, where something like that was established. In the Silicon Valley, they are already doing that. Companies are cooperating with each other. People are moving between companies, and ideas are moving between companies, and that's okay. So to have a place where you could go to talk to people, learn something from them. In the age of online communicators, messengers, this could be done in chambers, in a small panel, and then streamed online, for example. We will be wrapping up now. If you have a word of summary, please go ahead. If not, then it's okay. We have some time for a Q&A session. So I would like to add one point that we probably missed during the discussion. It is the place for an error, especially in the Scandinavian companies. They don't want you to be afraid. They say there is room for openness. We have processes in place that should prevent errors, but we do not want a mentality that there's no room for error. It's not there, no. That's part of the Scandinavian backbone. Let me put it this way. So don't be afraid to make mistakes. The young people here, when you enter the labor market, remember there is space for an error. The managers also make errors. We are not perfect. I would like to summarize what we've been talking about with regards to competencies. I think that I want you, and we all want you, to understand as well the skills that the employers look for is English at a minimal level, a graduation, some university diploma. That's a must-have. That must be there. But to add to that, an attitude and an ability to develop, that's what can help us. From the point of view of a headhunter, a good, interesting organization with which we will spend some time, a few years, 2, 3, 4 years perhaps, we will change our position, we will expand our area of responsibility. That's what matters the most. I know that a few years ago at universities, young people were told that the more you have on your CV, the more employers you have on your CV, the wider your horizons will be. I'll tell you now that it's not true, because things change over time. Because you need to learn the culture of a company, you need to give yourself a chance, and you need to give the employer a chance to discover the talents you have, and that requires some time. My last word, as regards higher education. During my university times, I acquired interesting knowledge, but also skills. The professor that I had the opportunity to learn from had the rule, well, knowledge is what you get at home from books at the library, but the university time is for practice. I think this is a problem at universities here, that theory prevails over practice. What could be my advice? I could give this advice to others. Antitled company has already done that. We have signed a contract with one of the biggest private universities in Poland, where we run special internship for students. But in Antitled, actually, internship is not a regular internship. We treat such interns as an employee. In exchange, we as consultants are working as lecturers, or actually teachers. We will be running workshops for students. This is the exchange that we have. We as a large company are also facing the problem of finding employees, and the fact that we are working in a sector at a quite high level of specialization. We are looking for candidates from finance, accounting, HR, environment, programming, manufacturing. So we are building employer branding among students who are about to enter the labor market. Thank you, and I wish you all good luck in the labor market. Very shortly from me, to supplement the scope of competences, I would like to quote Tim Ferriss, a futurologist, who used to say that the key ability of survival in the new digital world is not only this ability to learn, but also the ability to keep de-learning and relearning, meaning being able to follow constantly the change and to give up on those habits or convictions that do not longer make any sense. Rafał, who's a neurology professor, indicates that we all should train our minds every day to take a different path to work than usually, or to use the other hand to cut your pork chop in order to keep learning. So let us now move on to the question and answer session. I'm referring to the audience now. Do you have any questions to ask the panelists or myself? Or was it all clear? I think we have one person who wants to ask a question. Joanna from Tieto. This debate, first of all, has been very interesting, and the topics have been very interesting too, but there was one thing that I missed. We are cooperating with Nordic companies. We value their cultures. Very interesting things have been revealed here. We've talked about the factors that could be assumed by us at work. But from your point of view, is there anything that makes us stand out? Something that we could expose in our cooperation with Nordic companies? If I may, from my point of view, this is respect for people. This actually translates into every other domain and subdomain of a company's life. What does this mean practically? As in our company, we want everybody to have a one-on-one. What is it? We've talked about these concepts already, but what is personally interesting to me is to know whether you feel that you are developing. And the other thing, How do you find your work here? When you ask these questions, you will hear the other person. What does this mean, to be able to hear the other person? I talk to them as a manager. So you need to ask the control questions. For example, in order to know his wife's name or her husband's name, if they have a dog, if they play tennis, for example. These are the basic things, topics for conversation. The weather is always a good topic for conversation. These are very practical things to know about your employee when you come to talk to them. That is one of the basic things to me, as part of respect for the other person, to know about them. Yes, respect is very important. And getting to know the other person, I don't know about Denmark, Norway, or Finland, but in Sweden there is something that is of sanctity status, fika. That's a part of day, for example 3, where everybody goes to have a coffee and a piece of cake or cookie in order to just talk, to exchange information, either private or professional information. And that happens every day. When you call Sweden, sometimes at these times, 11 o'clock, for example, and you call a Swedish company, nobody will pick up because they're at their fika meeting. I think that there's something that Scandinavian companies have worked out naturally. This is the sense of purpose. People currently need this in order to feel good in the given company. They need to know why they are working for the given company, why they are there. I remember that a few years ago when IKEA started introducing photovoltaic panels for everyone for self-assembly. They did not say they were just selling photovoltaic panels, but they said that they were contributing to the climate, to prevention of climate change in Poland. This shows that there is a focus on something higher than here and now. This is something that gives you the sense of meaning, the sense of purpose. Exactly. The sense of purpose is something that matters a lot. I think that the leadership, the management, understanding these issues is important. What about our time schedule? Does anybody know what time it is? Okay, this means we are past the time a little bit. Is there no one here who would like to ask a question? Did you like the meeting? Oh yes, there is a question here. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. We have heard great words from both the panelists and the moderator. When listening to your conversations as a student of a field that I cannot disclose because of the personal information protection guidelines, of course this is a joke, but this is attractive, what I heard as a student. You've talked about hard competencies, soft competencies, and now when a student graduates, when browsing through a job-seeking portal, what are my opportunities? I understand that if I wanted to become a programmer, I have to go to a computer sciences field of study at university. No, you don't have to. Okay, you say I don't have to. Then what courses do you know that could change this? If you could give me a few names. Well, as it comes to courses, I think that if you can Google them up, Udemy, Kerr, and others. But what is very important is whether you find it attractive. We're talking about programming here. So do you like programming? If the answer is yes, then this is the first step to take. And what next? You could, for example, run a mini project that could respond to one of your own needs. For example, you like cultivating basilia. So you take Arduino, you build a robot that will water your plants. These are the things that make the difference. These are the little diamonds that we're looking for. Let's not go crazy. It's not just programmers that have a chance in the labor market, because it's also engineers and technical competencies, services. Poland, for example, is very strong in shared services. We have two panelists here who represent the IT business, but it's not just that. You just need to do whatever you like doing. This is the path to follow. I would also like to answer this question in my own way. You asked, what could a graduate do after undergraduate studies or graduate studies? I think that it's already too late. Well, maybe not too late, because you can still do something, but the moment to think about what you could do for a Scandinavian company as a student, well, we run summertime practices for students, not only from the major years. We teach networking, we teach specific competences, we assign mentors to them. Many of such people either remain with us or come back to us for full employment. But throughout these few months of training, they learn practical knowledge and skills in a practical environment. This is a great idea, but it requires initiative on the part of the student. The student just needs to apply and sign up. We do not, what is important, we do not receive people for practices. We receive people. What matters is whether you have skills, whether you have a passion for something. We receive such people, assume them, regardless of their fields of studies. According to your aspirations, according to your dreams, your passions, we will assign you to the given department. I think this is what a true combination between business and the higher education institution is. The student is the link. If I may, I will add a practical piece of advice. What can a student do at ESTAS? We have two entities, legal entities. One company creates shared services. As part of shared services, we have various functions: technical planning, support for the contracting department, resource planning, service for various discrepancies in construction sites. So regardless, depending on your interests, you can file your CV for one of the departments. We do not just require a computer and your English skills, just like in early 90s. But we definitely do require these computer skills and language competencies at B1 or B2 level. So you can start your career by a practical application of your skills, and then along with your development together with a company, you can start looking for the right place for yourself. To emphasize the idea of attitude, I have talked to many employers who said that they looked for two things actually in their candidates: for that person to be reasonable, to be clever in order to be able to learn, and to have the willingness. So, on the one hand, the intellect, and on the other hand, the willingness. I would like to sum up this by saying a few words. I'm not going to now advertise my company and our offer, because you can Google all this up. But as you spoke of the competencies and you asked about them, well, we have really among us persons who are in the programming incubator and the programming academy. That's for people who never dealt with programming before. And we have success stories. For example, a real estate broker came to us, or was uniformed professional, came to us, and now is successful in programming. So we are open to all profiles. There was a question from the right side of the room. What do we have to offer to Scandinavian companies? It's quality and easiness in making decisions. That's what I see when talking to our partners from Sweden, that there is a willingness, but there's always a step taken back as it comes to decision making. We have this fantasy, Ulan fantasy, which makes us stand out, and it's easier for us to make decisions. I think that the sales department representative who spoke here mentioned this beautifully. I have received information that we are supposed to finish now. Thank you very much for participating in this interesting debate. I wish you all the best. I wish you good luck. Those of you who are young and will be looking for a job soon, we are keeping our fingers crossed for you. Report to us, you know to whom. All the best. Thank you.
2, 1.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome cordially during the next event of this series of Scandinavian Days, this time from the session hall of the City Council of Szczecin. A very important topic is ahead of us to discuss. For an hour and a half, we'd like to concentrate on social issues related to the process of aging of our societies, challenges that are ahead of us individually and as a society. These issues are in the center of attention has been in the center of attention for a number of years. We'd like to learn and draw from sources that are very important for us, namely Scandinavia. And let me just remind you that already in 2017, during Scandinavian Days, we discussed the care of senior citizens in terms of development of protected housing or supported housing. Today, we'd like to have a broader discussion, namely the senior policy in Poland and Scandinavia in terms of expectations, good practices, and challenges faced by our two societies, but in fact, the entire world. Today with us in the studio, we have Dr. Rafał Iwański, who will take the floor as the first person to speak during our session. Rafał is an employee of the Szczecin University and the president of the Polish Society, Senior Citizen Society. I'd like to welcome other attendees from Sweden and Finland. We're going to have an online contact, but we see that more and more people join us participating in the webinar. I'd like to cordially welcome all of you. I hope that the time that we're going to spend together will be a time for us to reflect, to share experience. We are going to have an open discussion. We'd like to exchange comments, ask questions. It is our pleasure to perform live. So, senior policy, a challenge for the contemporary world and for Polish and Scandinavian societies. I'm curious what's new going to be discussed this time, what's going on in terms of new solutions, new technologies that are senior-friendly. More about it very soon, and I cordially invite everyone to participate in our webinar. Doctor, over to you. You have a rather intriguing title of your intervention. Over to you, Rafał. Thank you very much for inviting me and introduction. I am the head of the Szczecin branch of the association. The fact that we are aging is good news. It's a process which started decades ago. We have a number of theories and concepts explaining why our societies are aging, but every good thing is related to organizing certain resources in order to secure needs of a growing population of senior citizens. I know that for some politicians, it is still a bit of surprise and they do not have easy access to demographic data. So in simple terms, I'd like to tell you about the aging process in Poland and in our friendly countries of Scandinavia, where we can draw a lot and learn a lot from, because Poland can learn a lot from Scandinavian countries, and also Scandinavian countries can see how we solve these problems. The median age of population. Let us notice that In Poland, we stand a chance to be one of the oldest populations in OECD countries, which is related to demographic processes like low birth rate, extension of lifespan. So the process and the aging scale is going to be similar both in Poland and in Finland, and is going to be a bit higher than the average for the EU countries. We are accustomed that people live longer, and in the past 200 years, on average, the lifespan in the case of women increased 2 to 3 months every year, and these are the demographic forecast. If we consider pandemic, which was already included in the fifth phase of the epidemic, we can see that there might be some fluctuations. We witnessed that in 2018 and in 2019 in the case of Poland, but according to forecast, we're going to live longer and longer. But in order to make it possible and to secure healthy life, we need to meet specific needs typical for the subpopulation of elderly people, especially advanced in age, 85, 90, because this group has been rapidly growing. This translates into the demographic index, the relation between people in the old age and in the working age. And in terms of long-term care, it is important because the care potential of families will be reduced, and we need to have relevant resources in terms of finance, resources, in order to be able to meet needs of senior citizens that are no longer able to take care of themselves. There are certain risks related. Certain risks can be eliminated, but unfortunately, certain risks will stay permanently with us. Years of life in health. We are far away from our friends in Sweden or Norway, and we can copy some of their solutions in long-term care, healthcare. But if we take a broader view and analyze macroeconomic figures in terms of employment of elderly people and retiring and maintaining activity of old age pensioners in various areas, not only in the professional life. This all translates into health of those people. The diversity index and the threat of poverty. Some Scandinavian countries and Poland have this index lower, which means there's lower diversity of income among people 65 plus. And this helps us to forecast the development in the future because of changes that are made in the pension system, the lowering of the retirement age and maintenance of special systems. In order to take care of elderly people, we need resources, we need finance, because if we see that the number of people at working age in relation to elderly people will be smaller, fewer people will pay social security contributions and premiums, and this means that we need to find other sources to cover the gap. We need to attract funding to cover all these needs. The same applies to institutional resources, human resources, namely the preparation of staff that will be able to support not only seniors themselves, but also people, members of their families who take care, because the institutional care at this scale of aging of our societies will be impossible, at least partially. An important factor is the cooperation between the social care system and healthcare system. These systems should be convergent in this area. They cannot compete with each other. It's a question of complementing each other so we can use the resources in the best way possible. Healthcare services are usually more specialist, more expensive, but we need to diagnose elderly people in order to manage the system in the best way possible. In the case of Poland, we have few doctors, physicians, and nurses. Comparing to the total population, it's much better in Scandinavian countries, just to mention Norway or Sweden. And there might be a reason. The reason of that might be the level of salaries, but it's not a very popular idea among politicians in particular. If we maintain this index of meeting the needs for stationary care in social care institutions, we see that we will need to open more such facilities in the future. And we can see that much fewer people are taken care of in Poland than the average number for the EU. So this concept of institutionalization. We are the leader, but because our population only started the accelerated growth or accelerated aging of the society, and we do not have relevant resources developed. So if you want to provide care, we need to remember that for some people it will be necessary to provide stationary care, co-funded from the budget, the state budget, especially for those people who do not have family members who can take care of them. And there will be growing demand. Szczecin has been looking for answers. For instance, the Kerr coupon, Alzheimer's 75, and the survey performed during the implementation of the project showed that more than 70% of members of family taking care of people affected by the Alzheimer's disease do not even consider of placing elderly people in homes. They just need support. They need resources, they need funding, advice. And it's very good that another program was implemented in Szczecin which supports those people. We need to build a system stage by stage in order to secure the needs of elderly people. Another slide, please. We need to remember that in the case of Alzheimer's disease, which can affect people from all social groups, education, level of income is less important, only age is the major risk factor. And according to our research, while implementing this project, Alzheimer's 675, the median is quite high, 62 years of age, and the majority of cases are women. And the period of care usually continues for 7 to 9 years. And that's why we need to draw from our experience, we need to learn based on what we've done, and publicize information about failure so we can avoid the same mistakes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Rafał. Thank you especially for invoking Szczecin in the context of the family benefit, because Alzheimer's 75, the only such benefit in Poland, is here. What is important for me, well, by the way, I did not introduce myself. Beata Bogajska. I'm a director for the Social Affairs Department of Szczecin Municipality, which is or has been responsible for the creation and implementation, in cooperation with the University of Szczecin, of the Alzheimer 75 program and further programs directed at caring or supporting the families who are taking care of dependent persons, especially dementia-related patients, such as Alzheimer patients. At the same time, I have the honor of being a professor at Szczecin University. It is especially important for us to have been successful to cooperate with the Szczecin municipality and the mayor of Szczecin in solving these problems. Taking a wider look at what you said, we are unable to talk about all of them, the institutionalization and other issues. There are too many to talk, but let's talk about supplementing shortage of supplies. Well, how long are we able to do that? The secure old age used to be a problem. Now, to ensure active life during the longer lifespans that we have, and the challenges of double aging. I think that the biggest challenge here is to secure dependent persons, ensuring their decent lives and autonomy. For this, we need culture, we need values to be guided by in fighting problems, especially with memory loss. I think that the next speaker, who represents Sweden, will be able to introduce us to these subjects. Mr. David Hohen, who is the CEO at Elderberry. I am very curious about the innovative projects and your reflections on access to culture for elderly people in Sweden. I am sure your presentation is going to be inspiring to us. The floor is yours, sir. Mr. David Powell of Elderberry.
Everybody hear me? Okay. Sometimes I'm speaking for 15 minutes and then they say we can't hear you. So I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to make a short presentation, maybe just to fill in the details or to give you some background information to what I'm going to talk about. And then I want to show 2 or 3 projects, some specifically to do with the elderly or senior citizens, and one particularly to do with dementia and Alzheimer's and access to culture, or how we can bring together actually 2 different spheres, the health sector and the cultural sector. So if I can share my... Pardon? I share my screen. Okay, participating in cultural heritage seniors. I'm getting a bit of feedback. I present myself. My name is David Powell. I was for many years the senior curator of the Swedish Museum of Architecture. And my main interest was participation in culture for as many groups as possible. And it's pretty much the same dilemma in every country. We all pay our taxes for culture, but only a small select group of people usually participate fully in the cultural programs. So 2009, I began a small company, Elderberry. So I was very much used to working from the top down with culture, giving people or developing programs for people. But I wanted to see how we could initiate sort of a bottom-up approach. And it's to do with training and education, because often the gap between the user of culture and the producer of culture is too big. So just some general ideas and concepts before we look at our projects. See how I can. Just to fill out the background information, I'm talking specifically about museums, although culture is and heritage is a bigger concept than this. My main background is working in museums. So from the International Council of Museums, it's a place where we acquire, collect, conserve, research, communicate, exhibit. And we do it for a specific purpose, for education, study, and to have fun. It should be interesting and fun. And of course, I'm talking about museums, but it's the same in other areas of culture. I just like to use this. The actual idea of a modern museum is quite new. We usually say maybe the British Museum was the first museum, but actually it was a collection of trophies collected from the empire for the education of the young aristocracy and only men. So we've come a long way from here, hopefully, or maybe not. And then we can see in every country, especially in Europe, a progression of how we use museums. They're very much to do with the formation of the nation states, with the thought that many of the nation states of Europe are quite young. And then they became more to do with educating the working classes. And then they were specifically in the 60s and 70s to do with presenting social and political issues, even if you were from a former communist state, your museum would present political issues. And that's the same if you're from a former Western state. And those political issues would be different. And that hasn't changed very much today either. Museums are still very much political, and especially today, heritage is very much in the center of politics. So outreach, which is what we're talking about, bringing culture to seniors in this case, is quite a latecomer. Museums reaching out to the community. I would say only within the last 10, 15, 20 years. And of course, we have thousands and thousands of different types of museums. So just to broaden our thoughts about what we're talking about here. And I like to see a museum as a meeting place between two groups, an expert who are constructing narratives, and we have to be very careful about the narratives we tell. And it would be interesting in another context to compare Sweden and Poland, because we use our political narratives in a different way through culture. And of course, the visitor, on the other hand, who has to try to make sense of the story that he's being told or she's being told. And it's this gap between the expert and the visitor or the user of culture that my company tries to bridge in different ways. We make exhibitions, of course, but we also engage in educational programs and outreach outside the museum. And some of the projects to do with seniors we can look at a little bit later. So who could those groups be? I've made some really nice projects in Poland with disabled people. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the names in Polish, but we worked with a wonderful puppet theatre to make educational programs for disabled people. But it could be ethnic minorities, could be homeless people, unemployed people. The list is endless of those people who don't engage with culture. And elderly people is also a big group who don't engage with culture. And programs that we'll be looking at will show how we can do this. It's also about making culture accessible. And this can be very different throughout Europe. In the documentation, there's a link to a project we did, I think 2015, and we looked at outreach, how it looked out like throughout Europe, and what was being done in different countries. And what we came to the conclusion is museums are places where we can see citizenship in action, and museums for all citizens. So I go back to this all the time. We all pay our taxes, but we don't all participate in culture. Sort of one of the forming points of a democracy. Culture, heritage, it's a constructed text, and at the moment in time in Europe, it's a very political text. I can tell you in Sweden, 4 or 5 years ago, we rewrote our cultural laws, we rewrote our museum laws, and it's quite revolutionary in a way. We said that the collections of museums should now be based on the values of today, not when they were collected. Which turns the whole of the museum collection and idea on its head. And we have to revalue. Then you can ask, of course, what are the values of today? But it's about gender equality and so on. And these are the issues that are very prominent in Swedish culture at the moment. So if you go and try to participate in culture and you don't find yourself represented, if you go to a gallery or museum or a cultural institution, this is why we need outreach, to make the link between the community and the producer of culture. And we usually find it has to be a meeting point. It can't be just a top-down. It has to also encourage a bottom-up approach. So we're talking about accessibility for specific groups. It could be disabled, it could be, and actually most museums today in all countries, especially in Europe, are doing quite well in this. There's barely a museum or a cultural institution you could go to that wouldn't be accessible for wheelchairs or people with different disabilities. Or we could be looking at where the museum works in the community, as a living part of the community, a museum with specific groups. Gaia is a museum in Denmark that is curated by people who have Down syndrome. In fact, all of the employees have some form of diagnosis: Down syndrome, Asperger's, autism. A wonderful place. Or the Bethlehem Gallery, which in London, which focuses on mental health. It's in a former asylum. But looking at specific groups and how we can target them specifically. As I said, surveys show that physical access is doing really well in culture in general. Wheelchair access, access for disabilities and so on. Intellectual access is less so. For example, in some areas where we'll always have text in at least 2 languages. But as we go into more like if you can interpret or if you can actually access the intellectual message of the museum, or you're from a specific group, this comes down quite dramatically. These would be the issues that would be the focus of Swedish cultural policy in the present day. Sweden is a country where, for example, Stockholm, I think 30% of our population are immigrants. In Malmö, even more so, maybe 40%. And we're asking, does our cultural activity and programs really reflect this? Same with social class or gender. Museums, the histories of museum that are presented in museums are typically written by white middle-class men, and women are not excluded, but they come ordered. And what topics will we actually attack or try to handle in museums? Religion, sexuality, disability, and so on. And this comes down dramatically, we could say, in our surveys. Some of the groups that we could do, most museums in Europe will have something for preschool and school groups and universities, maybe for young people in their free time. But when we're coming to do with older people, no, you get the exhibition, take it or leave it. Pensioners is quite well down. 35% have specific programs for pensioners throughout Europe, which is not particularly high. I'm not criticizing here because I've worked within the cultural sphere in Sweden for many years, and I know, as in most countries, it's a question of financing, but it's also a question of what you do with the financing. And some of the top topics again, well down. We're looking at how we're making it accessible for different groups within society. And now we're going into the area where we could perhaps be using our resources in society in a better way, where we have the health service that just works towards health, and we have the cultural services that just work towards service. And we're looking very much at how we can bring these together and make a better use of our finances, especially in the areas of mental health. And a bit later, we'll look at dementia or memory loss programs that are perfect for museums. So these are some of the areas our survey showed that museums or cultural institutions are working with. Trying to engage in society and the problems we have in society and how you can work against them. And we have some really, really excellent examples. I don't know how my time is, but these are some projects that Elderberry's been working with that may be of use to the participants in the in this seminar. I can just open my web page. First of all, just a very, very short introduction to what we do. We make exhibitions, accessible exhibitions together with museums. We write and research. We run a series of 10 training courses in several different countries about access to culture, mostly for teachers and trainers. And we run many, many European projects. So these sort of projects are actually quite easy. This is making, this was together with museums in South Africa, together with the Nelson Mandela Foundation, and we wanted to show how culture is essential for both South African and European democracy. And this was directed towards young people, and quite easy to do. We made a traveling exhibition about Nelson Mandela's 27 years in prison and what was happening in the world outside at this time. And we sent the exhibition around the townships of South Africa and many places in Europe. And the material was written and curated by young people in South Africa. These projects are quite easy to do. And many museums engage in programs for young people. But I want to look at some projects for perhaps the elderly or different target groups. Another project that we're working with at the moment is called ACRIC, Active Citizens Reimagining the Community. So this is a sort of a general project of how we can get people to engage in their community in general. And the starting point here is the same as for culture. We have highly educated professionals working in town councils or city planning and town planning, and we have the general public, and we have no gap in between. So our idea here is to work with frontline workers, people working in libraries, who have direct health workers, social workers, who have direct contact with the public, but also general members of the public who want to anyway be able to communicate with the experts, the architects, the city planners, the cultural experts, or the politicians, because the gap in education now is just too much. And that way we can never really get a bottom-up democratic society. The project's ongoing. We try and run all our projects in similar ways. A methodological handbook is for the decision makers, the people who are going to actually make the decision, to tell them what you could do or show them good examples. And then toolkits for the people actually working with the material, and a training course curriculum for people who would deliver the material. So the handbook is it's just about ready for this one. And it may be worthwhile to download and read through how you could attempts to re-engage citizens to work with their community in general, and a specific reference here to the elderly. The project is quite similar, and it's active citizen engaging in culture. And again, we have platforms here for a handbook for decision makers, courses for trainers, and then toolkits working directly towards the end user, the person who wants to participate in culture maybe but doesn't know how, and giving them a bit of a lift up into the area. And then here we're not just talking about, should we say, high culture, top down, but it can also be what they define as culture, popular culture, or and so on. So bottom up and top down. Bottom up culture usually becomes high culture eventually. And then maybe the project we're running now, which is most appropriate, it's called Box of Our Memories. And it's based on a work or work we've seen at several museums. I can mention the Gamle Byen in Aarhus in Denmark, or I know Liverpool City Museum has a fantastic program. Museums are the places where we collect our memories. And the people who suffer from memory loss, Alzheimer's or dementia, they lose their short-term memory, but they have a long-term memory, which of course slowly disappears. So there's an idea that's been going around for quite a while, and it's a box of memories. You can go to the museum, and the museum will put objects, photographs, audio tape, videotapes into a box, and you can use it with, carers can use it with a person suffering from memory loss. So we're taking that idea and putting it in a digital context. We'll make a digital memory box. It's directed towards families or carers, and of course the person with the memory loss. And it's also directed towards museums and archives. And you can collectively make a box of your own memories. So it could be some music from when you were a child, or some TV show, or so the family can put in photographs and so on and make a digital memory box. And again, it will be a methodology handbook for professionals working in healthcare, or professionals working in cultural industries to come together. And I think this is a really nice example of where we could, if we're looking for policy change, how do we make the best use of our resources? we're paying for culture, we're paying for healthcare. Can we bring them together in some way to make a really good, powerful tool for the citizens suffering from, I shouldn't say suffering from, who have dementia. So I'll just go back to my slides for a last slide. A project that will start soon. A similar theme, but it's active elderly citizens, and this may be of use to the panel or to the participants in this lecture. We looked at setting up programs of participation, even including participation in the workforce. We know that people are living longer, birth rates are going down. We're going to need people to work longer than 65 in the future. We need people to work longer than 65 even today. They don't know how to do it. They don't know, they think, you know, you retired at 65 or actually 67 in some countries now. What do you do if you want to keep active after this time? Maybe you want to set up a little, you've had a dream of opening a small business, or you want to volunteer and give something back, or you actually just want to mentor somebody, you want to share your experience with other people, or you want to open a business but not actually to make money, just to give something back to society. These are the things we found that elderly people, seniors would be interested in doing. So our next project will be about this. It's also within the range of the Decade of Healthy Aging, which the United Nations has declared 21 to 30. So maybe this will also help us take the idea of participation for the elderly a little bit further. Okay, and that was all I wanted to present today. Just some ideas, what we worked with, what we're going to work with. I don't have any solutions for you at the moment. Let's stop sharing now. Do we have questions straight away, or do we have a panel at the end?
Dziękuję serdecznie. Jeżeli chodzi o...
Thank you very much. Perhaps we can leave questions for the end of our panel. The time's passing, and I kindly request other speakers to stick to the time framework allocated to them so we can still manage to have a discussion at the end of the panel. If you allow me, just let me briefly reflect on what you've said. Thank you very much for such a large number of inspiring issues. In the contemporary world, where we struggle with the crisis of humanity, no one has any doubts that culture plays a fundamental role. But equally important is the fact that not only elderly people are threatened with exclusion. We pay much attention to that in Szczecin. Within the policy of equal treatment, we try to open ourselves for the needs of people threatened with social exclusion for various reasons. It is also very important. I believe that we can continue exchanging experiences because within the project that we implement in Szczecin, we also develop such memory boxes, perhaps more custom-made, and we know that it's very important to sustain identity of those people. What we've heard was very important, and I believe that, Doctor, you will agree. with me that after a number of years of implementing the project, after involving senior citizens in libraries, Philharmonic Orchestra House and other institutions, the interest of this particular group has been growing in active participation in voluntary projects. It is also very important for them. Perhaps I won't be very objective, but I noticed that seniors are the main group of people active in various areas: social, cultural, and also care and support. And seniors start to prevail or dominate, and it's easier to involve them than students, so I can see a tremendous potential there. So let us continue the discussion about the potential, and let us move to more technical solutions and the way we can be supported by new technologies or geronto technologies. Let me give the floor to Kaja Zapędowska-Kling from the Łódź University. Doctor has been cooperating with us for a number of years. She spent many hours analyzing this system of social care, including senior policies in Poland and in Scandinavia. We remember when you presented your first book, Kaja. Now you've been dealing with a slightly different issue, so please try to stick to the time framework of 15 minutes and tell us about innovation in this service for seniors that can be used in this area, in the Scandinavian context. What's interesting? What can we learn from there? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Today I represent the Faculty of International and Political Science Studies of the Łódź University, and indeed, as you, Professor, mentioned, for a number of years I've been studying the Nordic model of social policy in the context of senior policies. During today's presentation, I'd like to focus on Scandinavia as a source of inspiration in terms of technology and various solutions that can be used for elderly people. My today's intervention is a part of a broader research project entitled The Use of New Technologies in the Social Policy. And I'm not hiding the fact that I've been using experience created abroad. I've been looking for good practices also in Nordic countries, Scandinavia, because it's a region which prevails in terms of the technological development and innovation. Still several years ago, I published a book entitled Social Policy and the Aging of Societies in the United States and in Sweden. And in the book, I compared and contrasted the Nordic socio-democratic welfare state model with the liberal model in the US. I compared differences. I defined strengths and weaknesses of the two systems. And as a political scientist and a researcher from Poland who studied national welfare states, I've been referring to the Nordic model as a rich source of inspiration for Poland. In this slide, you can see a very concise model, and I try to list characteristic features of Scandinavia as a sort of benchmark on the international scale, at a point of reference for Poland as well. Of course, the Nordic model of welfare state is a subject of analysis by many economies, excellent results in the field of economic growth, economic development, make the Nordic model stand out globally. But in my book, I analyzed senior policies implemented in Scandinavian countries, in particular in Sweden. And for many years, I've been fascinated with the comprehensive approach and long-term approach, which makes these programs and strategies implemented, for instance, in Sweden, a role model for other European countries. What is typical for Scandinavian countries is the low level of digital exclusion in different age groups, including 65 plus. So in the case of the Nordic model, we have a high rate of internet users in all age groups, and it's higher than the average for the EU. What the previous speaker mentioned is the employment rate and the high employment rate of seniors, which is unique globally. So the policies in Scandinavian countries are indeed very efficient. Scandinavia is a source of social cohesion. Policies represented by gender equality. The equality of men and women, it's a feature distinguishing this region on the international scale. And the research area I'd like to discuss is the technology addressed to elderly people, the narrow area of technological advancement channeled to senior citizens. In this map, you can see the north of Europe, which stands out, and the entire area of Scandinavia in terms of internet users at the age of 16 to 74 years of age as of 2020. Scandinavia for many years has been a leader regarding the low level of digital exclusion. Since the term is relatively new in Poland, let me divide this into several categories, because in practice and in theory we find practical applications of the technology at the national level and local level as well. So for the purpose of our meeting today, I decided to divide the technology into 4 categories. We have assisting technologies which support different limitations, physical limitations, such as crutches, wheelchairs, and hearing aids, technologies that assist cognitive and mental limitations. For instance, new technologies used with patients with dementia or Alzheimer, detectors of smoke, GPS locators, and similar pieces of equipment. We have a separate branch of technology related to telecare, which support long-term care. Intelligent beds, detectors of people who fell, and e-health and telemedicine solutions. And the 4th technology, or the 4th group, stimulating communication and entertainment, virtual assistants, robots, game applications, and person-to-person contact solutions. In the Scandinavian context, I noticed that in Scandinavian countries we can see a certain convergence of types and purposes of using the technology and solutions. The innovation of Scandinavian countries leads to multifunctional development of the equipment. So the division I showed you loses its validity. The equipment becomes smaller, and they combine several different functions at the same time. In the further part of my presentation, I'd like to focus on several examples of innovation from Scandinavian countries. In this slide, you can see a Leah Kerr robot, which is a smart walker tested under the Silver project in Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Great Britain, and the Netherlands. Perhaps you cannot see this well in the picture, but it's a modern walker with a touch screen. So if we were to look at it from the top, you can see a touch screen similar to a tablet that enables to call members of the family. It reminds the user to take pills, for instance, or it reminds about meals and liquids during a day. And apart from this classical function of supporting walking, it can also offer some entertainment and display exercises, or it encourages the user to dance by playing music and suggestions of movement. Yet another example of innovation similar to the first one is a Sweden patent-covered smart rehabilitation walker fitted with 3 wheels, not 4 wheels as standard walkers are, and each wheel is fitted with sensors, infrared sensors that recognize obstacles. For example, a carpet, and sensors are coupled with brakes. It's an interesting solution that is going to minimize the risk of falling. The walker can recognize an obstacle and can influence the direction of a person using it, direction of movement. It can brake and it can change the direction. Yet another example, which seems to be quite interesting, is something developed by Pilox, a Swedish startup, and their solution focuses on the patient with the use of AI, and it connects a box for pills with a dedicated application for a smartphone and sensors detecting the use of pills. So this small box is fitted with sensors which recognize when a certain dose of medicine is left there or is taken at the wrong time. And there is also an AI app that can be co-used by the caretaker. So the caretaker can control whether a medicine has been applied at the relevant hour.
To ten sympatyczny kotek, którego Państwo widzicie na ekranie. Jest to tak zwany Justocat robot. To inteligentny kompan, który reaguje na głaskanie i mowę. Dedykowany jest przede wszystkim pacjentom z demencją i ma za zadanie indukować w sposób...
Is another interesting innovative solution. It's called Justocat Robot, an intelligent companion that responds to being stroked and talked to. The main purpose of this little animal is to induce memories. Perhaps some of you are aware of the electronic seal. The cat was supposed to be an alternative to the seal. Why? Because the cat is the most popular pet, household pet in Sweden, and according to studies, it is better at inducing memories than the seal. Moreover, its fur can be taken off in order to comply with the hygienic regulations at care homes. It improves the feeling of well-being, and also it satisfies the need for touch. The last example is a Finnish-Scottish project called Touch Lab. It is a startup company established by Mr. Zaki Hussein, who, after living for 14 years in Finland, established a startup which is now seated in Edinburgh, Scotland. He started studies on the application of artificial skin on robots. This is very modern technology which allows the robots to measure and control the human pulse. What is also interesting is that it allows the upper and lower extremity prostheses to simulate sensual perceptions. I'm not going to talk about the technicalities, but it draws from quantum technology, and it is trying to break the most common stereotype of modern technologies, that they are dehumanized and they are incapable of replacing human touch. Towards the end, I would like to recommend to you other sources of inspiration that could be used in Poland. They come from Scandinavian countries. For example, the Swedish startup called iFlow, which is an AI system that learns the person's behavior. It analyzes the person's patterns and rhythms of behavior. I think that the next speaker who will follow after me from Finland will talk about similar solutions. I think that this system is best at monitoring and warning of changes to rhythms in feeding habits or irregular movements that might suggest the person is about to trip. What is also interesting is the project called Orient, in cooperation between Sweden, Finland and Germany. The purpose is here to implement caring robots to the environment of social services for seniors. In my presentation, I tried to show Scandinavia as a source of inspiration for Poland in respect of implementing solutions for senior citizens and for long-term care. Norway stands out internationally with regard to smart home solutions, where houses are equipped with household automation. Maybe Ms. Engineer Cześla will speak about this further on in this panel. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for these precious inspirations. One of the challenges of today's world is to promote the independence of the elderly. My microphone is on, so there must be something on the line between I and you. I'm now referring to the technicians. Is everything all right? Yes, it is. Doctor, please check your computer. Maybe you switched something off. I think you can agree with me that new technologies or the use of technology in caring over the elderly will definitely not replace the human beings, but we are more and more living in times where humans are becoming a commodity which is in short supply. So the use of technology is just assistance in caring for the elderly, for those who need help, in places where there are a lot of elderly people too, like overnight accommodation caring facilities. It may happen, after all, that a person who has been in a care home for years and is not receiving the warm, natural human touch from the other person. So those of us who can see these innovations for the first time, they might perceive them as technocratic, maybe. However, we should perceive them as helping the elderly to have better contact with other persons, to help them move out and reach others. Such solutions may definitely be of use here in Poland. I don't know, sir, about you, how you look at this, but I believe that observing these new solutions, the way we have seen these solutions has changed for over years here too. The Scandinavian countries are now incurring the costs of designing, implementing, testing. I hope that when these products finally come to Poland, will already be proof tested, will be cheaper. That's where we see our chance, but these solutions need to be made more popular, and seniors, on the other hand, must be trained to use such solutions. Yes, they need to be prepared mentally. Personally, I prefer cats over seals. We thought about these issues before the pandemic. The fact that you can take off the fur from the cat in times of pandemic is useful, and we will definitely bring the cats over to Poland. I would like next prelegent speaker, Mr. Aki Kuivalainen from Finland, to take the floor. He is the CEO at Prediso. As my colleague previously announced, you will talk to us about the solutions applied in your company in respect of planning and building individual paths of care. I am curious how you do this. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Chair, and good afternoon for the whole audience over there behind the lines. Greetings from sunny Helsinki, Finland. Just sharing my screen here, and if someone just could know that it's okay for you from the visibility point of view. I guess yes. All right, it's my great honor and privilege to be sharing a Finnish point of view and some examples, as well our company's experiences when it comes to data-driven care path design. And as a background info, I am a founder and CEO of the Prediso company, and I'm having a bachelor in social services, master's in business administration, and I'm certified board member by the education. And in this presentation, we will walk through the following agenda. First, shortly regarding the company itself, as Prediso in a short nutshell. Then the model itself, some findings from our delivery projects so far within the Finland and partly on the European level as well, and the reference cases, and also happy to share the ecosystem players we are partnering together with to really put the preventive and secondary preventive care practices in action. First, from the company's perspective, Prediso is quite young startup from Finland. We are established on October 19, so 2.5 years young, just learned how to walk and almost capable to run, as you may imagine, a child within the age of 2.5 years. And our aim is actually to change the paradigm of the care from the professional-driven processes to data-driven individual care path design. And that we do once we are working within the ecosystems and our developed data platform. And once we have that data platform in place, definitely we are having analytics components on that on top of that. And by that understanding and knowledge, then the care professionals are capable to design care and or rehabilitation processes on data-driven manner, and that gives some benefits which you will hear later on. And here's a link to our home site at internet, so predicel.com. And from this slide, I would like to end up the most powerful value statement. For Predicel, the knowledge, either it's data or common understanding, it's not a tool of power, but it's the source of well-being. And that's our guide star in everything we are doing. But then from the model itself, we believe heavily and we have been experienced that once we utilize self-care monitoring, self-metrics to the patients or persons in rehabilitation or even on the corporate wellness projects, those individuals comes more committed and more motivated into their care processes or rehabilitation process. So let's utilize that underused resources for the best possible care and rehabilitation process, and as well for the best possible care experience. And we are doing that by delivering our data platform, which integrates with plenty of self-monitoring devices. For example, smartwatches are quite widely used, and we can source data from those, smart blood pressure monitors, smart scales, and so on. So we are collecting and sourcing that data into our platform over here, actually. And definitely we need to add some care documentation as an incoming data. And once we have that real-time or almost real-time monitoring information on a wide variety of the sensors from individuals' daily traditional living environment from home, care homes, and so on, we can then quickly understand the patterns in the behavior, changes in a daily rhythm, and if there are some medication changes done, those comes immediately over the night visible and can be then adjusted once again by a GP, for example. And then on top of this process, definitely this gives safetiness and trust for the whole care process regarding the closest ones of the neither elderly or people, individual in the care path or rehabilitation path. So everything starts from the individual data monitored from the home or natural living environment, could be home, care home as well. And let's add care documentation in written format for the analysis. And by that, then in that together with that added knowledge and data, care professionals and rehabilitation professionals are capable to design effective individual personalized care processes. And that's what Predicel enables. And some findings from our Finnish deliveries, partly also on the Nordic level, as I said. We have now delivered a little bit more than 2 years and have had privilege to serve approximately 200 patient journeys so far. And as a findings from those processes, we have found out, especially on the home care segment, that more than 40% unnecessary visits at emergency can be avoided. And this is by the reason that the people in the home care, individuals in the home care, they feel trusted and can rely that if in their personalized individual data, there are some changes, care staff, care professionals are capable to act very quickly. And by that, then they are not forced to visit on the emergency just for the checkups. And same justification applies also from the primary level doctor appointments reducements, which within our projects we have been able to reduce 11%. But this is the net reducement, since we know that this type of the data we are dealing with and putting available and visible for the care professionals within the care paths, opens up some care gaps, which means in practice that for some individuals, monitored, followed, supported by Predicel, there might come a demand or requirement to extra checkup or extra appointment on the doctor appointment, for example, CP appointment, to get the care gap away and care balance in place. So that's the net savings, -11%. But at the same time, this is not only the savings, especially in the home care area and rehabilitation activities delivered to the homes. Those care professionals have stated to us that actually 50% from the appointment time can be then used on the value-adding manner, or as we say, for human-to-human conversation and experiment. So reducing time from for example, like taking some metrics, some monitoring metrics, blood pressure, and so on. Once it's done prior by the patient or individual him herself, it's available immediately for the care professional, and that part of the appointment consumed time is avoided, and that gives a really value-added time in regards of the appointments. And on top of the whole value chain, we have found out that by designing these type of the rehabilitation processes on data-driven manner, it could be even 50% more efficient. And that means in practice that, let's say, on the traditional rehabilitation way, we had a rehabilitation team, physical rehabilitation team, which estimated that the process might take 4 months. And in practice, when we utilized the personalized My Health data from this individual or these individuals, the maximum savings or efficiency increases has been 50%. So cut by the half, from 2 months to from 4 months down to 2 months as a rehabilitation process, and that's definitely something we can rely on. And Predicel itself is quite widely used, or could support quite widely different type of the care paths. We are supporting at the moment heart failure patients, and as I stated a couple of minutes ago, this physical rehabilitation processes, including also brain stroke rehabilitation processes, type 2 diabetics, stroke, as I mentioned, sleep disorder, sleep apnea early detection. In our platform, we have a functionality which actually gives a risk score for people or individual having sleep apnea based on the algorithm calculations. And as I said a couple of times already, that we are good to support on the elderly care, neither they are home care or care home customers or individuals. Since all the devices, data sources we are using and partnering and integrating with, they are transferable from the location over to other and from the end user to the other after taking care of the data issues to get previous user data out from the device. And as a benefit, you can easily see per case what are the savings or efficiency increases potentially available by using this type of the data-driven model when delivering care, neither to the on the ward rehabilitation ward level up until the home care processes. And I collected some of the references we are dealing, and we had worked with it together with, for example, city of Tampere, the third biggest city here in Finland. We have had a privilege to work together and develop together with them. And to mention this remote transition as an international project from our end on the corporate wellness area. So the platform itself is well scalable and could be used in the different type of the operations within the care organizations or even on the municipality level. And this is a result and combination of effort from ecosystem. And here are a couple of the brands we are dealing at the moment together with. like global brands like Withings and Polar, who are data source provider for us, and we are dealing with the analytics part together with them, down to IOTA Medtech there on the right-hand side down, a Singaporean partner for us to helping us to enter on the Singaporean market. And everything in between. We are believing heavily also in the research activities, and by that being part of the couple of research projects like stroke data projects is one of our references, led from the University of Oulu, and MASSE project led by University of Helsinki. So we are combining real-world evidence from the smart devices together with the research knowledges. And here are my contacts. I'm happy to answer any questions into the panel discussion, and you are free to connect me directly if you see that it's the most prominent way to be in contact with me. And I invite you all to follow Predicel within the LinkedIn and Twitter, and we are using hashtag #FutureProofCare.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy.
Thank you very much. We'd like to congratulate you such a broad project. In Poland, we've been testing similar solutions, similar projects. A question and a challenge for all of us is how we can spread these projects to make them available with clear financial rules. And I'd like to thank you that you drew us attention to the economic aspect. It was very clear. It was also mentioned by previous speakers, but I believe it's also very important because we all agree that we would like to improve well-being of elderly people. We'd like to improve the quality of services provided, but at the same time, it's important to make it as efficient as possible from the economic point of view, because we do have a shortage of solutions like Kerr insurance, and I believe that in the future, this economic or financial issue will be very important. Let me address Dr. Iwański once again, who is an economist as well, but you frequently emphasize that economic efficiency is also very important, and we need to learn a lot and do a lot in this area. We cannot afford not to look for optimization and savings, not savings by reducing services offered, but just as you showed in the presentation, but by optimizing the use of resources, we are able to maintain high level of well-being and services provided, and at the same time we can redirect resources. It's an excellent argument. Scandinavian countries are much richer in terms of GDP per capita, but you look for efficient methods of using resources available. And for us, it's a very important sign. We need to do the same. So it's a question of the quality of services and this economic calculus which translates into services. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just received information, thank you very much, that more than 50 people participate in the webinar. It's also very important because it shows that we're discussing very urgent problems. The urgent problem of the senior policy. Ahead of us, we have the last person to deliver a presentation. Let me invite Dr. Engineer Agnieszka Cieśla from the Warsaw University of Technology, who, just as Dr. Kaja Zapędowska-Kling participated in our seminar in 2017 during Scandinavian Days. So we will listen to new experience. This time you analyzed good practices, trying to find an answer to the question of senior-friendly cities.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Thank you.
I would like to say hello to everyone. It is my pleasure to be able to present to you information about cities friendly to senior citizens and a review of good practices that are currently available. For a number of years, I have been dealing with the question of aging and its effect on space, and the response that urban planners can bring about to counter this growing challenge. I think that the most known initiative in respect of friendly cities is the initiative of the World Health Organization, which in 2007 published a guide for global age-friendly cities based on studies in dozens of cities. As the conclusions from those studies were very promising and valuable, it was decided that the initiative should be continued. Therefore, in 2010, a network of age-friendly cities and communities was created. It's not only for cities, as the name implies, but also for communities. Currently, we have over 1,300 members from 47 countries. These members are not evenly distributed in their countries. Some countries are more active than others. This might be interesting to you that in Italy or Germany, there's just one city each that belongs to the network. Still, these countries are developing the issues of accessibility, of space for the needs of the elderly people. Coming back to the old age friendly cities and the aging topic, according to WHO, there are 8 domains enumerated in 3 larger areas: physical environment, social environment, and municipal services. As it comes to physical environment, which is my specialization, we are dealing here with housing, transport and mobility, as well as external spaces. A slogan that summarizes the idea of old age in cities and the methodology of WHO are the words of Glenn Miller, who said once that if you are designing for the young, you are excluding the elderly. If you are designing for the elderly, you are you are planning and designing for everyone without excluding anyone. These words summarize the idea of aging cities very well. Here, the general guidelines have been used in many countries. But now I would like to describe to you a number of tailor-made guidelines. For a number of years now, we have been observing a tendency in creating guidelines for old age friendly cities at national levels. These guidelines are based on the WHO methodology, though. An example of that is found in Ireland, which has very elaborated handbooks for designing cities, for planning public spaces, houses, and many others. Here you can see the covers of a number of handbooks available online. Ireland became the first country which has been referred to as an age-friendly country already in 2019. Why is it important to have tailor-made guidelines. I think this is a good example of that. This handbook shows how to adapt your apartment or the floor area to the needs. This is called right sizing. The problem of Ireland, which is shown here in this chart, shows that many seniors live in apartments that are too large for them. Over 90% of them. That's the country that is depicted leftmost on this chart. Poland is the fourth on the right-hand side of the chart. So the problem that we are facing is much smaller than the Irish senior citizens. They live in flats that are too big. Why? Because as young people moved to block of flats in Poland, young people moved to blocks of flats, and they stayed there. And as you know, flats in blocks of flats are small. The average floor area per inhabitant in Poland is much smaller than in other countries in the West. In Denmark and Finland, as many as 60% of senior citizens live in apartments that are too large for their needs. In Sweden, this percentage is smaller, and it accounts for around 48%. This shows that in respect of housing, these guidelines need to be tailored to the national context. Another example of very good guidelines to be applied is the guidelines from Ontario. A very comprehensive handbook was published there, which actually adapts these guidelines to the needs of the inhabitants of Ontario in Canada. It was published last year. The Irish documents that I presented to you in the previous slides are also quite recent. So this is a trend that we have seen for 2, 3 or 4 years perhaps, and it's still gaining momentum. Here we can see British guidelines, place age, which is the responsibility of universities in Edinburgh, Glasgow and Manchester. They carried out studies, as a result of which they created guidelines for cities to use. They can be used by other cities in the country too. Other stakeholders are also non-governmental institutions that can create their own guidelines, for example, like Centre for Aging Better. The middle image shows that the UK places strong significance on prevention of discrimination of the senior citizens. In the language domain, they prevent the use of the word elderly. As it comes to the visual domain, you can see alternatives to those that show elderly people in inconvenient postures, perhaps. I think this is important too, and related to the prevention of the common ageism. As it comes to the Scandinavian countries, there are also guidelines there that are used in handbooks about the creation of cities which are friendly to the elderly citizens. I found a Norwegian document translated into English, which contains guidelines provided in a very communicative way. I am sure that the other Scandinavian countries have similar guidelines. However, the language barrier has made it impossible for me to find the right documents. As for other countries from the East, Hong Kong, Singapore, for example, they also have guidelines that were issued just a few months ago. They are very interesting and progressive in nature. In recent times, we are observing an outpour of guidelines which are tailor-made. However, in Poland, so far, no such general guidelines have been published. We are sharing good practices among each other during sectoral conferences between experts, but I think this is insufficient. Now, I would like to move on to presenting a number of specific examples, solutions that allow the elderly to function independently for longer times, despite the ailments that are growing. Here an example from Denmark, Aarhus, which I will risk a statement here, is one of the most progressive cities as it comes to aging-friendly solutions. An example here is the recently opened Generation House, which is dedicated to 500 employees. Among them, there are people of various ages, students, children, the elderly, disabled people, people who need some kind of care. This is a very large building, but the structure was divided into several fragments, creating a non-homogeneous structure that fits in well within the urban space. The building has flats responding to the needs of the various age groups. The building is equipped with services dedicated not only to the inhabitants but also to persons living in the vicinity. Therefore, this helps integration not only within the building but also between the building and the surrounding area. The building is innovative with regards to how modern technology is used there, how economical it is in terms of heating and electricity costs. It is frequented by experts who specialize in aging issues. Another very innovative example from Aarhus is the Dock 1 library. Recently, we have noticed in European countries, in Poland too, a drop in the frequency of library use. I think that we more and more often use various electronic text readers to read our books. So libraries need to rebranch from the rental capacity, book rental capacity, into more multifaceted objects. The Dock 1 library of Aarhus is a very good example of this process taking place. So apart from the strictly librarian function, we have also an area for inhabitants of various ages to come and meet. They offer various spaces like small project rooms or study rooms, but also large spaces that can house a larger number of people who participate in tailor-made events. Broadly defined accessibility to physically disabled people is ensured here as well, but there's also a communication ensured in a way that there's a tram that comes up to the building to deliver passengers. This is quite a huge building, and all these functions can fit within it. So This is a combination now of a library, a culture center, an activity center for the local community. And as I said, this is the direction in which libraries are now evolving. And I think our libraries will be following in the same footsteps.
I've mentioned that in Germany, German cities are members of cities friendly to seniors, and they also have interesting solutions in the area of housing. There is this Weiterstadtvocat, a typical district-based solution addressed to mostly seniors, but also to people from other age groups. There are smart home and telecare solutions. The facility was developed by Red Cross, a scientific institute, and Diaconia. And in the Netherlands, an interesting example of the Knarenhof Foundation developing a co-housing solution. They develop houses around a common garden or a square, houses occupied by people at a different age, and the people there participate in co-designing, and the houses fit into the landscape very well. And co-housing is based on providing this proximity, mutual care. Hopefully this idea will come to Poland very soon. Concluding my presentation, I'd like to say that, well, there are different customs in different countries, and the guidelines should be adjusted to the actual local needs. But indeed, we can inspire each other, we can draw from the experience of our neighbors, Scandinavian countries in particular, just like in Aarhus. They are very much advanced in developing such solutions. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, we've listened to 5 interesting presentations delivered by people representing different communities: science, private sector, sector related to NGOs from Poland, Sweden, and Finland. That was the goal of our webinar, organized as a part of Scandinavian Days, a webinar on senior policies in Poland and in Scandinavia. We wanted to list needs, focus on expectations, and focus much on practical solutions. If you were to summarize our webinar and to draw conclusions, it's difficult to discuss a senior policy having only such a short time available. It's difficult to learn everything about systems in different countries, but my impression is that much stress was put on practice. And I'm very glad, because from the point of view of the city senior policy, we need experience, proven solutions, so we are able to start implementing practical solutions, securing relevant resources for projects. I believe that we all agree that the aging of our societies is treated not as a problem but as a challenge. We look for resources. Every speaker drew our attention to resources, individual resources, including old age is something very diverse. There are various needs of people entering this area who are still active, in good physical shape, enjoying good health, and involving them in culture, in social life. Counteracting exclusion is very important, but speakers put more emphasis on securing the needs of people in the oldest group by using new technologies, architectural solutions, as we could see in the last present and hear about in the last presentation. This all has a much deeper context. Within the resources available, we should disburden the system. We should support members of families of elderly people. So while designing a universal solution, we should design them for all generations to make it easier for elderly people to participate in the social life, support them during advanced age, and provide more efficient care and services, including high-quality services. And it will all cost, and we need to be very efficient. So a number of important issues were raised. There is this need to develop tailor-made solutions. Aki mentioned individual support paths. It's extremely important. Everyone is different. Everyone has different experience while entering this period of their lives. Doctor, perhaps let me ask all panelists to help me to summarize. Perhaps you have some conclusions. How can we inspire each other, and what can we do to develop the most efficient senior policy? Doctor, over to you. Let me briefly summarize it. Let's be egoistic. Think about yourself. I am a member of a generation of 1970s, 1980s. I want to build a system for my elderly age. We can be egoistic. We should think long-term, and we should think how we can prepare for this age. Let's share the risk of dependence, so those who encounter this health crisis can count on the assistance and services. It's not a question of solving this or that topic like housing or healthcare. We need to develop a comprehensive system, and it's not possible to focus on individual components of the system. We need to have a comprehensive approach. So we already have an idea for another webinar. I understand that this thinking egoistic means that we should individually prepare for the old age, but we are not prepared throughout our education, from saving, taking care of relations, and designing our apartments in which we will be able to move freely in 10, 15, or 20 years. I believe it is particularly important. This might be one of the components of the system, very much closely related to education. Let me now address Dr. Agnieszka Cieśla, but maybe other speakers can share some conclusions with us. We'll be grateful for your conclusion. Education is very important for me, and the presentation by Mr. Powell was very inspiring. He showed that by sharing knowledge, by providing access to information, we can change our society. And he addressed also inequalities in terms of education, which provide a major barrier for introducing various solutions. This is something very important, I believe. Thank you very much. And perhaps let me share one last thought. Several speakers mentioned that we need to have a comprehensive approach, but we cannot focus on elderly people only. A key to that is intergenerational integration. So those solutions which link different groups that may compete for limited resources in the future is a challenge in itself. We may have a number of thoughts and conclusions. I believe that all people participating in our webinar today can hear us. We still have Dr. Kaja Zapędowska-Kling. Perhaps one more comment. While reflecting to what Dr. Bugajska has said, we need to design solutions that not only contribute to seniors, but to the entire society. We need to develop solidarity between generations. We did not discuss the pandemic, but I believe that the experience of the past 2 years, social isolation during the pandemic, and the need to monitor health remotely is an impulse, or it's a stimuli for the development of technology and telemedicine solutions, telecare, and e-health solutions. Thank you very much. Let me also ask other speakers, if possible, perhaps a conclusion to summarize our webinar. So thank you very much for staying with us and contributing to the conclusion of our webinar. Aki, over to you.
Chair, taking from the previous comment regarding the individualism, I would like to emphasize that based on our experience, actually even 97% of the patient or individuals proposed to have this kind of a data-driven care path available for them are really applying it. So another way around, only 3% from the individuals proposed for this kind of a data-driven model and utilizing my health data in their care or rehabilitation process refuses it. And that really matters, since that's a key for the change for the best possible care experience, quality, but as well as resource efficiency.
Thank you very much. It's very important that you raise this issue, that you share your experience and recognize what some people may forget sometimes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to thank all speakers participating here in the studio of Scandinavian Days, and those who are with us connecting to the webinar from Finland, Sweden, and I'd like to thank everyone who listened to us. We had the audience of 60 people. Perhaps the statistics will increase, but it's not only about statistics. It's important for us to meet, to discuss. I'd like to encourage to contact us, to share your experience, because this world, friendly to all generations, can be created when we act together. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to thank the mayor of the city and all members of the city office. Thank you very much for an excellent organization of the event and for raising all those important social issues that are discussed and are part of the exchange of experience during Scandinavian Days. It is a great pleasure for me to chair and moderate this webinar. Thank you very much, and till next time. Thank you.